Good late morning or early afternoon, depending on where you're watching from. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center with the latest on Major Hurricane Ida. If you're just kind of catching up, I know overnight things has really exploded with this. The hurricane hunters finding stronger and stronger winds. Now we've started to see a little leveling out, but we're talking about a storm with maximum sustained winds at about 150 miles an hour, folks. A devastating blow here toward the Louisiana coast as we're starting to see that northern eye wall come ashore in the Grand Isle area now, getting some reports there of winds over 100 miles an hour or so toward Jefferson Parish. So just a dangerous, deadly situation, folks. That storm surge, that threat just accelerating here in this area as well. A terrible, terrible setup for these folks here. It's moving at about 13 miles an hour off toward the northwest as of last check. Going to be slowing down some, which is going to increase that rain threat. That surge threat there going to stay around as well. Now, in terms of that wind threat, it might not go as far inland, but still Baton Rouge and New Orleans, they're going to be without power for a while, folks. We're talking about days, if not weeks, into where those communities down toward these coastal areas, we're talking about maybe weeks to months even in some spots. I mean, some areas could be uninhabitable for a while. So just a really serious situation. I know we were talking about how last night this system here, it could end up becoming a Category 4. That did happen. We thought maybe a lower end Cat 4. That's what the forecast was. And the forecast has really been spot on for the most part. It did end up getting to a higher end Cat 4, but still those impacts here significant either way you slice it, folks. As we go ahead and take the radar off for a moment, I do want to turn your attention to an extreme wind warning, a rare warning issued. This is the worst type of warning pretty much there, maybe with the exception of some tornado warnings. This is for those winds there that are just deadly dangerous, folks. Deadly dangerous, as we're seeing Homa under this, Golden Meadow, Grand Isle is too. It's just the way things are kind of shaped here with this polygon. Why it's not showing up like that, but it is kind of purplish color. This is a very rare warning. The Weather Service does not issue it often at all. Weather Service in New Orleans issuing this one, the second one they've issued today, but really seeing the things at the coast now with that eye wall. We'll go ahead and go on over toward our velocity mode here. You'll be able to see how some of these stronger winds now are coming ashore here. Even maybe stronger winds still just off the coast, folks. But this is deadly dangerous wind, deadly dangerous surge. This is why we urge folks to evacuate. I know last night we were reiterating that. If you're in these coastal parishes, really needed to get out. Just so dangerous, and now it's too late. Pretty much, I mean, it's about survival at this point. Unfortunately, they're toward Lafourche Parish, toward Plaquemines, Jefferson Parish as well. Just a deadly dangerous situation looking south of I-10 here, folks. Again, this is what a meteorology textbook looks like, folks. As you can see here, some of these brighter, or I guess you could say even darker colors here at this point, indicative of winds close to about 150 miles an hour or so, as indicated by the Doppler. We could be talking about gusts there, again, a little even higher than that possible. Now, on my forecast, which I'll see here in a moment, I did up the coastal gust potential about 150 or so at that maximum. It's still possible some spots could get a little bit more in there, but still a serious setup. You can see here as we get on in now, this south of Leeville, maybe even stronger winds, but Leeville going to be getting into some of this. This is so serious, folks. We're talking about, it looks like some of these different roads in here, State Road, it looks like one, being impacted here. So just got to be cognizant. We're going to be here all day covering this threat for you. Going to be on at least every half hour, but probably going to be on quite a bit more than that here at times, just because of the nature of things being a historic hurricane, folks. Again, you can see some of the brighter colored and then the darker colors, which we don't even see, again, very often within our velocity mode, because that's just how rare they are. The color table here only has so much room, I guess you could say, and we're really kind of at the end of that color table because the winds are just so extreme, so extraordinary here as we're looking south of Leeville and Grand Isle. Again, the strongest winds are probably right in here. Can't guarantee that because velocity's not going to be perfect. We're looking a little higher up, but just kind of giving you an idea. I mean, we had a report just a little while ago of winds that are getting well over 100, maybe closer to 150, and some instances closer to Grand Isle here as things are really declining. But again, I think those worst of the winds are still to come there. The worst of the surge still to come here, folks, at the coast as the conditions are going to deteriorate. We haven't seen a landfall. It's going to be a while. here as we look across the state of Louisiana. The landfall might come here in relatively short order, but it's going to be a while in terms of this just tracking across the state here, folks. Southeast Louisiana going to have a devastating blow on its hands, no doubt here. Catastrophic situation for some. You can see some of our winds. I know we're not seeing the winds as high because some of those sensors are already going down. Power outage numbers are going up steadily. I know one reason we didn't jump on here earlier is because we're in a little bit lesser populated area of the coast. We're not talking about area that's populated like Panama City during Michael at least, and with it slowing down, that could be a saving grace for some. But some areas are going to look like a war zone here as we get down toward the coast. There's no doubt about it. As we go ahead and go on over toward our power outage .us map, we'll kind of see what's going on there with that. Try to give you guys an idea of what's going on here as those numbers are continuing to go up here in this scenario. Definitely watching things here very, very carefully in terms of that. You can see here 80,000 customers in the dark, and we're not even talking about outages really that widespread yet in New Orleans or Baton Rouge. So we're talking about, it looks like down here toward Plaquemines Parish, and some of these might not get tracked because we're going to have issues with communication, but we're talking about 7,586 customers died in Plaquemines Parish. That's more than half the customers already. Again, the worst still to come here, folks. As you do see toward LaFouse Parish, over 5,000 in the dark. Jefferson Parish, though, over 31,000 in the dark there. And again, we had some of those reports coming out the Grand Isle area here recently, as we've talked about. St. Charles Parish over 1,000, St. John the Baptist over 3,000, St. Tammany there over 8,000. Now toward Orleans Parish there, you're talking about 17,660 customers. That's a small percentage, but still, that number's going to keep going up. If your power's still on in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, any of these areas here, and you're still around in that region, didn't evacuate. What I mean by that, you want to go ahead and make sure you chart up those devices. You want to chart up your devices because that might be your lifeline, really, to communicate. If maybe that water's coming up and you need a rescue later on here, folks, that might be your lifeline. You need to chart up your devices because more and more power is going to go out. We emphasized that last night here, folks. And again, these numbers going to keep on going up. This is so serious here as we're watching this scenario. A historic hurricane on this Sunday. Sunday, August 29, 2021, 16 years after Katrina to the date here. Just unbelievable as we go ahead and come back on here toward our radar mode again. The worst of the wind may be a little bit further out, but they're already getting some of the worst of this toward Grand Isle, folks. Just a tragic situation likely unfolding there as we get toward these coastal areas. Terrebonne Parish, LaFouse Parish there, Jefferson Parish. So we're going to have to be watching this carefully. I know these conditions are so serious, and we did see something that I retweeted a little while ago. We're seeing an eye wall replacement cycle. So as bad as this is, we're not going to be seeing a storm get even stronger like Dorian did a couple years ago in the Bahamas, where we just saw things completely wiped away. Though some areas will have damage like that, things completely wiped away. 150-mile-an-hour winds, the type of surge we're expecting to see, which has gone up some 12 to 16 feet now. That's going to do that. So it's not a good scenario at all. But the forecast, we've been talking about this right since Wednesday. We were very concerned, very serious, very honest about that threat here, and it's coming to fruition here right now for these folks toward the Louisiana coastline. So let's go ahead now and zoom back out. You see toward New Orleans there, seeing some of those winds a little bit weaker still, but I'm going to be watching things deteriorate. Baton Rouge, still more time to prepare there, luckily. So in terms of at least a few more hours, because the rain and the wind hadn't really picked up too much there yet. But still, it's going to pick up. It's going to be dangerous there as we're looking off toward the north and toward the west there. Speaking of Baton Rouge, I know LSU's there, LSU, and we'll go ahead and pop up that Weatherston camera now as we go on over there, get an idea of what it looks like. Those darker clouds there in the picture, you can see what's happening there as Ida approaches that region there. And that's a area that people are keeping an eye on, the state capital there in Louisiana. A lot of things get run through that in terms of emergency management, a protocol, but I know you have other areas as well that'll be taking care of things too as necessary. So watching this at extreme wind warning, let's go ahead and kind of focus on that a little bit more. I know these winds maybe not even indicative of what's happening in some ways. I'll take them off for a minute because, I mean, we're getting gusts actually even now 58 knots in New Orleans. So these winds are really picking up, spreading out some maybe with that eye wall replacement cycle. That's something you have to kind of think about. Sometimes when you have that, you can have the winds not quite as strong, but in that scenario, the winds are spreading out more, they're getting further away. So maybe a little more widespread wind damage here in this situation. We're going to go ahead and read that extreme wind warning off here from the National Weather Service in New Orleans. This is for West Central. It looks like St. Bernard Parish, as well as Southern St. Charles Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish, Plaquemines Parish, until 1:30 Central Time. So that's 2:30 Eastern if you're watching. It's 12:23 right now Eastern, 11:23 Central. I know I took the clock off because I didn't want to confuse people watching the Central Time Zone with this coverage, and I see in the Eastern Time come up when we're talking about things. But we're talking about 1:30 Central Time. NOAA hurricane reconnaissance aircraft and maritime observations indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Ida moving on shore across portions of southeastern Louisiana, an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Houma, Thibodaux, Cutoff, over toward La Rose, just going over some of these communities here. Harvey, Timber Lane, Bells Chase Airport, Sulphur, Avondale, Gretna, over toward Golden Meadow, Lockport, Jean Lafitte there, Matthews, even toward Empire, the community of Empire there as well. So again, seeing this warning, a very, very rare warning again issued. This is just so serious, folks. I mean, again, some tornado warnings a little worse, but except for tornado warning, this is the worst type of warning you ever see here. That extreme wind warning and EWW issued. We've only seen a handful of those ever issued by National Weather Service offices. I know this kind of started here back in 2004 during Charlie, when the office there, I believe in Melbourne, saw that the winds were just going to be so strong in Orlando, they started issuing tornado warnings for those eye wall type winds there that were going to be moving through. They could tell that things were going to be tornado like, and they just issued tornado warnings. But the Weather Service wanted to change that a little bit in terms of that national picture and kind of streamline that because they wanted to go ahead and make it where people didn't think there's an actual tornado coming, but do it in a way where people would know of an imminent, destructive, deadly wind threat. And that's what we're seeing right now. Winds in excess of 115 miles an hour anticipated here in this purple area. So again, extreme scenario of deadly conditions, folks, in so many ways. I know the storm surge values going up. Let's go over towards some of our gauges. I have our coastal inundation dashboard popped up. Gonna go and refresh some of the numbers here. We have that storm surge warning remaining in effect from Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the Alabama-Florida border. Hurricane warning there from Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Pearl River. So seeing that still here in play. East there, New Orleans, I guess to 60 at the riverfront, or excuse me, lakefront airport there. So seeing that come on in, and again, these surge values going on up. Gonna go ahead and try to pop some of these on the screen here in just a moment. I know there's a lot of traffic here on these websites, so it's going to be a little bit harder sometimes because so many people watching this global story here. Again, on the 16th anniversary of Katrina, a storm that has at least stronger winds than Katrina may not have as big of an impact as Katrina. Hopefully it doesn't. That was a unique situation, as we talked about last night, with levees involved. And we think they're going to be shored up here, but still those areas outside the levee protection system in big trouble. And we're talking about those spots there really toward the coast in big trouble as well. As we go ahead and go on over, we just again have so many things going on. Here's our dashboard. You can see that just rising there toward Grand Isle, those water levels. The latest look there at things, they're getting up there to about 4 feet as we're getting in toward that flooding situation as it continues to escalate some. some of these other levels here. I'll pop up this one. This is further up, and you really see the ward. It looks like Shell Beach now. It's kind of like the wind direction as well. We're talking about over 6 feet here of storm surge now, major flooding, and this is just going to keep going up here, folks. So we're talking about maybe, again, 12 to 16 feet, it looks like, with that storm surge. So, again, those numbers went up some based on what we were seeing with the storm strengthening. We'll go down here now toward another one of our gauges. You can see actually seeing a little bit of a drop off here, which is interesting, but sometimes as wind directions change and have that impact. Luckily over toward the west, you're not seeing as much of that surge or too much of an impact because the wind's actually kind of pushing there away, and that's helpful, obviously. That wind kind of pushing away there, that water. But let's get back over to your extreme wind warning in play. We're going to have more of these, I'm sure, as we look ahead in the timeline here. Now, some of these may not be for winds here as we're kind of looking at trying to know. The criteria changes from time to time based on offices. I know Tampa office during Irma used it for a little bit weaker winds, but they were still dangerous around, I believe, Lakeland. So, again, you got to just kind of bear that in mind. But let's go ahead and see our graphic system as we're just getting streams of information here coming on in. So let me go ahead and go over toward the graphics now. You can see Category 4 Hurricane Ida, a major hurricane, obviously. Last night we were talking about winds at about 105, then 115 at the 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central update. And by 3 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Central, went up to 130. Then we talked about winds to 140. Now winds at 150, folks. That steady intensification here happening, really considered rapid intensification now because of the criteria, because within 24 hours you had those winds increased by 35 miles an hour or more. I mean, we've seen that more than once with this system. As you can see by, it looks like about 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central tonight, we're talking about 105 mile an hour maximum sustained winds as we get there, probably about west of New Orleans, give or take. It's going to really slow down. Now, if it doesn't slow down, that would help with the rain threat some, but it would push that devastating wind threat a little bit further inland because the storm's going to take a little while to unwind, like Michael did. We saw those winds all the way to Seminole County, Georgia, in our area, where we're based here toward North Florida, South Georgia, winds to about 115 miles an hour toward that Donaldsonville area. So if this storm slows down, that helps in terms of not getting as much devastating wind damage. But if this storm maybe is slowing down, we're also going to be seeing the devastating wind damage, maybe even a little bit worse as we look down toward the south, because those winds are just going to be carving things up for so long. It's kind of like a tornado sitting over an area, unfortunately, causing things to get worse and worse here. So 150 mile an hour winds out moving northwest of 13, still moving decently fast. That pressure 933 millibars. Again, that hurricane warning there from Intercoastal City, Louisiana to the mouth of the Pearl River as we go on over now toward those storm names. I know we had Julian pop up earlier. Not really concerned with that, but again, I wanted to mention it at least. Another named storm out there on our board, but Ida's the big story. It's the peak of hurricane season. This is what you anticipate, unfortunately. And we're talking about a catastrophic situation, folks. Again, for some spots, these winds are so nasty. Devastating damage for spots a little bit further in, and extensive damage, some damage. You get the idea as we spread further in here as we look now. This is my peak wind gust forecast. I updated this a little bit here. Just chart of those devices. If you haven't lost power yet, if you have the means to do so, that's so important. It's vitally important. I mean, you can't really leave in New Orleans now. Definitely can't be leaving at the coast unless, I mean, you're drowning pretty much, and you're just trying to be rescued at this point. But in Baton Rouge, you might still have a little time to leave up there toward that region. The winds haven't got it strong yet there, but hurricane warnings extend 100 plus miles inland. So nasty. You can see I went Baton Rouge there. Their wind speed there from 90 to 95 miles an hour at the peak. Seems like some of the worst of the weather on the east side in New Orleans, they went from 85 to 95. At the coastal area, 150. But anything over 60 for a widespread time. We saw a darn Hermine in Tallahassee knocks out power for a while for the most part. So 95 mile an hour winds. Don't think, oh, it's not 100. I mean, I might have power back in a day or two. That's probably not going to be the case. I mean, speaking from experience, we had Irma winds in the ward where I'm at to about hurricane force or so. We were without power a day, which we got really lucky. A lot of folks out even longer than that. So my point is, you're going to be out without power a long time here, folks, more than likely. Even in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, the coastal areas, of course, uninhabitable for a while. It looks like Pensacola not near as bad, but that tornado threat's something to watch as well. I haven't had any tornado warnings since we've been on. We had some earlier off toward the east, but let's go on over to satellite imagery right now. I think this could be kind of helpful. Again, that extreme wind warning in play as we've talked about, but there's your satellite imagery. That eye there, you can see that on here. I mean, we're getting closer to a landfall based on this. A radar satellite sometimes doesn't match up perfectly. Radar should be a little more accurate in this situation. But again, satellite still in there. You see some lightning there on the southeast side. Things are kind of really nasty there. In this situation. Again, a historic storm in the process of making landfall here, folks, in southern Louisiana. Historic, and that we haven't had a storm like this here in a while in terms of those wind speeds. I mean, we have to go back to Betsy there in the 60s, I do believe, toward this area, toward these parishes. They had a storm this strong. Katrina made landfall a little to the east. Camille made landfall to the east there in the 60s as well. We're watching that again, that tornado watch in play. This goes here as we're looking, it looks like to about 7 o'clock Central Time tonight here. Probably going to get extensions further in here as we're looking ahead. I noticed Tallahassee just talked about maybe a slight risk in their area. Not 100% sure on that, though. May not actually have that. It may just bear to clip some of their counties there on here, but again, watching things carefully with that tornado threat, as we have an isolated threat even toward a couple of our counties here, that fringe effect, kind of like as we see here, you kind of think about the distances. We're talking about New Orleans to Tallahassee here, about 300 miles, and then I know Panama City, just kind of doing this rough estimate here, that's about 200 miles to the coast, but I know we had a tornado threat way east into North Central Florida from the impacts of Michael there, and that could happen. I think more of that threat's going to be about Pensacola west, though, maybe Definiac Springs, but with the daytime heating, we could get some things to mixing in there. So let's go and take off the watches. Gusts to now 57 recently there toward Metairie as we're looking in toward Louisiana. Those tornado parameters not extreme right now, but it just makes landfall sometimes. That friction in the land can be a problem. And also the instability is something to watch even for our local Big Bend counties, because that daytime heating there can be problematic sometimes. As we take a look at these temperatures, you see the 80s on the board here, and then seeing some things try to come in play. Not a lot, maybe in terms of those wind parameters, so that'd be a good sign, but still can't rule out something, at least maybe some severe thunderstorm warnings. I know we had one earlier there as we were looking last night, so it's so serious. Again, let's pop up the radar. Probably could get an update here pretty soon from the National Hurricane Center there for that 12 o'clock Central Time statement. So we'll be here, of course, with that when we come back on here. At the top of the hour, you can see our wind streams. This is so critical to surge because it dictates what type of wind direction we're going to see here with that water coming on in. So that's something we're really monitoring. We're really tracking carefully here. And in terms of that surge information, some areas 12 to 16 feet there from, it looks like, Port Person there. If I'm pronouncing that properly, if I'm not, I apologize, over toward the mouth of the Mississippi River there, talking about those areas, maybe Fort Fuson there, but again, you get the idea. We're watching things as we're getting toward these areas. You can see 8 to 12 feet there as we're getting over there on the east side of New Orleans. Again, as we're looking there, you see Lake Pontchartrain 5 to 8 feet. So just a nasty scenario. Even Bay St. Louis to Ocean Springs, that's significant surge. I know Nate had some nasty surge over there, and this surge here is probably not going to be too much different than that, maybe in some regard. Just thinking off the top of my head with this, but Intracoastal City, Louisiana to the Alabama-Florida border here, going to be impacted by this surge threat, even toward Mobile there, 3 to 5 feet, Mobile Bay 3 to 5 feet, and then that rain threat on top of things here, folks, so serious as well. You can see some heavier rain towards southeastern Louisiana. Southeastern Louisiana here, folks. Talking about areas 15 inches or so. That rain is piling up, the surge piling up. Just a catastrophe for some spots, no doubt. The wind is just not good. As we see over toward Mobile, you can see some of that mustard yellow, 7 inches toward our area. The Big Bend, we're talking about 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 as we get closer toward Franklin County. But you see the rain kind of staying away for the most part, but that path really going up toward Tennessee, Kentucky after Mississippi, and then over toward West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. You kind of get the idea here. As I noticed, there is a significant weather advisory in play off toward the east. I'll see that here in a moment, but we have a good look at our eye on velocity mode of radar scope. That's something I've been using as well. Again, so many computers to go between, but that's a good thing here. We can keep an eye on so many things. You can see some of that eye now. The center of that eye here still over the water, but I mean, this isn't a situation where it's going to be as hard to dictate where landfall is, because once that center of the eye crosses, that's your lowest pressure. We do have some areas here where we're not exactly completely over land, so we could have multiple landfalls, I suppose, but something to watch. Katrina had that, but you see these winds here, 140, give or take here, and then you have 120 maybe showing up on the other side, depending on what color tables, what mode of the velocity you're using. But again, watching things here, so dangerous, so serious. You see our storm system, those winds as we're looking here, as we're looking up toward the northeast, Port Sulphur there, New Orleans involved. You see not as much wind there, but even there already getting some pretty strong winds. But again, the destructive nature right at the coast. You even see some lightning, which is interesting to see. Just indicative of how dangerous the storm is in some ways. Now, some storms can be pretty weak, pretty high pressure, and still have that. But just a hurricane is not what you want to see, really. Trying to kind of fire some things up, though. Depending on how this kind of tracks, I know as the center goes over land, we're going to be talking about things here. It's going to be over a marshy area, so not going to weaken as much, but being on the southeast side with some of the worst of this, it could weaken off a little bit of that wind, so that's something to keep an eye on. But Grand Isle already being devastated from different reports. I mean, with the winds just so extreme there in toward that area, just never what you want to hear. I mean, these areas accustomed to hurricanes, but not one this strong, so destructive. As we go back on over now, Katrina, we were talking about that. The pressure's not going to be as low as that one, but the winds are going to be stronger. Hard to compare storms. That was a unique situation because of the levees involved. This situation here, it's one word. Levees should be stirred up, but we're going to have to watch there for other things to kind of overflow, unfortunately, because the pumps aren't going to keep up as fast with the rain, the surge to some extent coming in there as well. In the grand scheme of things, I know there's got some serious flooding situations. Now, the strongest hurricanes, I said last night, I was thinking we are going to avoid making this list, but it looks like, unless we maybe get down to 145 with that eye wall replacement cycle, which isn't completely out of the question, I suppose, as we continue to watch velocity, things like that, is this list, though, is something where we've now maybe have 3 of the top 11 worst storms hitting the U.S. here in the last 4 hurricane seasons. Mike on 18, Laura there with 150 winds last year, now maybe this with 150 winds or so this year. So just crazy to see. And I know the top 4 on this list all were tropical storms, not too far in the past from landfall, and this was just a tropical storm, not even having advisories on it earlier on. But again, we were noting that threat. The Hurricane Center was noting this threat, getting everybody prepared on Wednesday, really, that this was going to be a dangerous situation. And now looking to make this list here is, unfortunately, a major hurricane, catastrophic hurricane Ida, Category 4 storm. Now, the preparedness considerations, I know this is something I didn't really update. Some spots, no time to evacuate, but I guess if you're in Baton Rouge, it still applies for the limited time to evacuate. But you just gotta be watching here after the storm moves through, staying away from those power lines, and generator safety is critical. and in a tornado situation, you want to be ready to seek shelter. But I mentioned last night, the wind damage is going to be a little bit harder to separate from tornado damage, surge damage, as you're getting closer. The tornado threat's a little more concerning further off because it's going to be so bad. The damage is going to be so widespread closer towards areas there, southeast Louisiana. But as you get further off, we're going to be talking about more isolated pockets of damage here that are pretty significant from tornado-like situations. So again, continuing to watch things. I think we're going to take a break here at about 12 o'clock Central Time here, unless we have some new information. Catch my breath a little bit as landfall is getting closer here. In this situation, our storm system, our major hurricane approaching the coast here. See if there's anything new from the Hurricane Center. So we're going to gather some new information now in the interim because it's just a one-man band here, folks. It's not like we have a whole team. It's just me trying to keep you up to date based on everything I have on my different sources. So kind of have to do it on the fly here. But no new update yet. But that eye wall there moving ashore, onshore there along the coast of southeastern Louisiana. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more information. So we need to break back in sooner. Again, a historic storm here, folks. Historic Hurricane Ida, Category 4, max sustained winds at 150 miles an hour. I know even with that intensification, it changed the impact some, a little bit upward, but really the forecast has been on there, pretty much spot on here looking back over the last several days, talking and messaging about this threat moving towards southeastern Louisiana. And now again, it's verifying, unfortunately, as we're looking toward bringing dial some of those areas there to the coast. Some of those parishes near the coast, and this threat going to spread closer toward New Orleans, toward Baton Rouge later on. Going to be slowing down some, and that's going to pile up that rain. I know that surge so nasty. The wind threat going to be spreading in some here to inland areas. Though it will die off later, it's going to be really significant for some folks here. I mean, even toward Mississippi could have tropical storm warnings in play, and some areas could be without power for a decent bit in far southwestern Mississippi as well. So even with this storm weakening off and slowing on down later on, it's still going to be able to spread that wind energy enough into those areas that aren't used to seeing winds like that. So got to be cognizant, got to be mindful of what's going on here. I'll go back over to the satellite. The satellite kind of says the landfall a little bit more imminent maybe here. As you can see that eye. We'll see what they say in the next update, and we'll be back here again to guide you through things here at the top of the hour. That extreme wind warning still in effect as well. So just stay tuned, stay safe, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We've just gotten word from the National Hurricane Center that an official landfall has occurred there at Port Fourchon. As we're tracking this information streaming on in, I'll go ahead and pull up that statement. It just came down in the last 5 minutes or so from the National Army. That lowest pressure now crossing the worst of the storm upon us there toward parts of southeastern Louisiana. Still going to spread in further later, but that landfall there of Hurricane Ida, extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. The word official there out of Miami, it has made landfall there near Fort Fourchon. So you see the satellite imagery. I know you see a few frames change there from time to time. Lose a few frames as that information does stream on in. But again, we're watching the situation very carefully. We'll go over toward the Doppler radar now. Again, that official landfall has occurred. I'll go ahead and make sure we pop this up for everybody at home. You can see the radar imagery. Again, the center of the eye is where we look for the landfall. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're seeing with the landfall of Hurricane Ida. Again, an extremely dangerous Category 4 storm here. Talking about the information there at landfall, 150 mile an hour wind, that pressure at 930 millibars. I know that's important information in terms of those particulars. So something to kind of keep eyes on here. I'll kind of move this over just a little bit, zoom out to see you guys New Orleans even, and give you guys a little bit better perspective on this. Again, the information there from NOAA Doppler radar imagery indicates that the eye of Ida made landfall along the southeastern coast of Louisiana near Fort Fourchon there around 11:55 Central Time. Data from an Air Force reconnaissance, reserve reconnaissance aircraft and Doppler radar indicate that the maximum sustained winds at landfall were estimated to be at 150 miles an hour. The latest minimum central pressure estimated to be there at 930 millibars. Within the past hour, sustained winds there 43 with gusts to 67 at the Lakefront Airport in New Orleans there, and tide gauge there in Seal Beach, Louisiana, recently reported a water level of 6.4 feet above the mean higher water level there. Mean higher high water level, which is an approximation of the inundation in that area. Bay Waveland there, Yacht Club 5.5 feet, though I gotta assume there's some spots in between we're not getting that, or even higher with that forecast up to 16 feet, and some levels still could go up based on wind direction here. So again, the word official there out of the Hurricane Center in Miami, Hurricane Ida, major Hurricane Ida, making landfall there as a Category 4 storm near Fort Fourchon there in Louisiana. You can see we're talking about this there as we get down really tight with this. We're talking about this toward Lafosse Paris. So again, near Fort Fourchon there, that landfall Category 4 storm, a historic storm here, folks. As you can kind of see how things are setting on up. We'll go on over toward the wind mode of the radar. Still seeing some real strong winds. Now, it kind of a little distorted at times based on how we're looking at this, but again, some of the worst of the winds in Grand Isle now in that area. I know it kind of looks like some might still be offshore, and it could be, but again, this could be a little distorted based on how we're looking at things with the wind angle there as we're kind of trying to get an idea of what's going on overall. So looking at some different things, and sometimes you can have some bugs trapped in the eye. There might be something like that there. I haven't really been looking at that product too much. I know past hurricanes of this strength, seeing that, though we did have an eye wall replacement cycle, so something to kind of think about here as well. So again, just tracking all this information here, folks. So many things streaming in live to us. Again, you see Grand Isle there, again, getting some of the brunt, even Leeville there as well, getting into some of the worst of this here too, just kind of how this is rolling on in here. It does seem like, looking at radar in the latest frame, some of that worst of the wind is possible, maybe a little concentrated there, a little bit closer toward Leeville coming up because of this storm kind of having that westerly component. So that's something you got to consider as well, as we have to watch all these radar trends. But We'll kind of be watching things here carefully with this storm system as it does track. I know we had some of our wind gauges earlier. They were kind of underdoing things here to an extent because we don't have a lot of them down here for the most part. Getting more estimates. I know we had a report. Davis Weather Station there getting gusts to closer to 150 in the Grand Isle area. And I mean, this is indicative of how bad the winds are down here, knocking out that power. Again, we're talking about in an uninhabitable condition there. Likely the story as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So let me go ahead and go over to the power outage maps right now, get that updated. We're over 100,000 customers now in the dark. So let me go ahead and pop that on. You guys will see what I'm talking about on this source. As you do see here, Plaquemines Parish numbers keep going up over toward Lafourche Parish there. Terrebonne, I assume these might be a little bit higher at this point, though, because they're probably losing communication. I would assume these are probably a lot higher in some of these coastal spots, though we have to consider, you see 33,694 customers in the dark. Some of these areas there in these parishes are not right along the coast here, so we might still have some more outages to go further in the parishes. That's something to keep in mind, but still right at the coast. I'm sure everybody's lost power at this point pretty much. I mean, as we see a gust there, New Orleans International Airport at 61, and I mean, that's getting pretty far inland. I know that the storm's becoming a little more broad in nature, and that's kind of indicative of something. I'll come back on camera. We'll go ahead and move away from our power outage mapping, and we have that eye roll replacement cycle that's been ongoing here, folks, and it's kind of spreading those winds out a little bit more, not concentrating them quite as much, but that could actually be a little bit worse in some ways for New Orleans because of the wind and rain threat that's going to be translating off toward them, because it'll take a little longer for the actual storm center and that eye wall, the inner eye wall, to get closer toward them, but that outer eye wall kind of seeing some of the stronger winds here as well. So interesting hurricane processes when we get into a cyclone this dangerous, this deadly here, folks. As we track it, I mean, we're talking about a situation where there's just so many intricacies in meteorology. But again, peeking on out there, those winds at 150. We tied Laura there on that list of one of those storms, now top 11, I guess you call it, of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the U.S. there in recorded history. Post-analysis may move this up or down. Laura ended up staying the same. Michael went to a Cat 5 in post-analysis. The headwinds, I believe, at 155, maybe. It may have been 150, but I believe it was 155. Initially at landfall, and it went to 160, but something like that. They upped the winds afterward to Cat 5 strength. But again, as we see this again, the landfall official here, the Fort Poussin area, seeing this there. You see Golden Meadow there. These winds going on up there. Again, a historic hurricane, folks. Haven't had a storm like this since Betsy in the 60s make landfall in this particular spot. It's strong, so just a devastating blow. I do want to go ahead and show you areas here off toward the east there around Pensacola, because there have been some flash flood warnings issued over there. We had some tornado warnings earlier. Haven't had any in a while, though, as we're looking off toward the east, not since we've been streaming or even getting ready for the coverage. But you see Pensacola here, flash flood warnings in place. Escambia County there. We did see a heavy rainfall there earlier, right on the periphery here of this. You can see some of these amounts, 4 inches or so, kind of hit or miss versus as we get closer in here, even though it's not really showing up as well, honestly, it's going to be more concentrated. The tropical rain bands, they're not going to be measured as well by the radar because rain's just coming down so quick, it's almost hard for the radar to keep up. So got to bear that in mind here as well. Going ahead and going over toward our radar scope software now. We'll kind of switch you on over there. You can see what's happening as we get there. You see Grand Isle, those winds, you see Golden Meadow, again, just terrible. That center of the eye, the lowest pressure right in here around Port Poussin there. So again, going to go ahead and track this. This dangerous, deadly storm. You see New Orleans there at the top of the screen. They're getting into some pretty heavy wind action as well. Going to be losing some more power up that way. Seeing different readings. Bernard Parish there, St. Bernard Parish there in Louisiana, Augusta 60 here a little bit earlier on. So Again, you kind of get the idea with these winds. I mean, some again a lot stronger, not really getting all those readings. I mean, winds maybe about 150 right at the coast here. Just devastating blow here, no doubt. Not gonna have many communication reports, I guess you could say, coming on out of this area. We're not gonna have a lot of that because things are so nasty down there, so destructive. The storm is, things are gonna be wiped away. Honestly, this historic hurricane making landfall here in Louisiana, a Category 4 with max sustained winds around 150 there near Port Fourchon, Louisiana. Again, so bad is this event. 150-mile-an-hour max sustained winds there near Port Fourchon in Louisiana. So the impact being felt a lot further in though. We go back on over to our other mode of our radar. You can see things. You can see how we have some storminess even closer in toward the Big Bend Triangle evolve, but kind of more in the periphery at that point. That we have more instability. We don't have near as much of those rotating parameters in place. That'll be helpful. Maybe not to get too much in the way of dangerous conditions. But again, continuing to watch things. I think we'll take a break here in the coverage for now. We'll pop up that satellite though. Again, that landfall there, official landfall there near Fort Fourchon, Louisiana, around it looks like 11:55 Central Time. There, storm still tracking across parts of southeastern Louisiana. We're gonna keep you updated. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center looking at some of our different radars. I see having some issues right now, it looks like, with one of our viewpoints, but we'll go ahead and go back one over now toward the isolated viewpoint of that New Orleans radar as we're watching our major hurricane move here further in. You do see there south of Golden Meadow, for instance, the center of this storm, the eye of this storm there, making landfall about 35 minutes ago or so near Port Fourchon. I know I was about to be tweeting out a video there, a loop of the radar imagery as this storm made landfall. Didn't quite work out. I'll have that though in just a little bit if you guys want to see that on my Twitter account at Cloud Casey, and just a little bit once we get off here with this 30-minute mark update. So again, we'll go ahead and continue tracking things though with this system. As you can see here, these winds is so strong, so destructive, devastating storm surge, devastating rains in the region. Also, a tornado warning in play here as we get further off toward the east, closer toward Mobile. And I know we were just talking about how we haven't had any of those in a while, but we thought that threat might increase in some regard, and that's what we're seeing closer toward. It looks like areas there in southern Alabama, some rotation taking place there. So let me go ahead and pop up our radar scope computer. You'll kind of get an idea of what's going on from that vantage point. A tornado warning just going into play here for southern Baldwin County until about 1:15 Central Time. Circulation developing here in this general vicinity. It looks like I'll go ahead and pop this up one more time to make sure I'm looking at the right area. There's a few different areas of rotation, but circulation that might be producing a tornado is 5 miles north of Orange Beach. So I think it's this area right in here. That's kind of what I thought it was. You can see a little more gate to gate in that region there, tracking this there towards some of these different communities in Baldwin County. So a dangerous situation for them. More about tornadoes and some of those fringe effects out there. But as you get further west, we're talking more about damage. It's just going to be so hard to distinguish. It wouldn't matter if it's from a tornado because you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and the hurricane damage, the surge damage, the rain, the flooding there from that. So just so many bad things all coming together there as we look off toward the west. But more isolated issues to the east. You can still have some pretty significant damage. I know toward Bruton, Alabama with Claudette. Back earlier on and toward the summer months here, we were tracking a tornado that moved through there, and that caused significant damage even though the storm was weak. Now, this storm's obviously really strong, but further away from it, you still have some pretty strong effects in isolated spots, significant effects there. So continuing to watch those nasty situations as they do arise. Excuse me. Continuing to watch things here, though, as we monitor the situation. I know we've been tracking the system since Wednesday, making landfall here. As we go ahead and pop back the radar imagery, you do see here some of the worst of this around Leeville. I know it's just a tragic situation here, really a devastating situation for these folks. No doubt going to be seeing this lives torn apart here as we've been getting reports in from Grand Isle. It's just so bad, people being in that eye wall scenario. So again, watching this toward Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish there, Jefferson Parish, they're getting the hardest hit from this, but we have other areas that'll be impacted later on, closer toward New Orleans. I mean, they're getting tropical force winds right now, but they'll be getting hurricane gusts later on. That's something to be mindful of as we're looking up further off toward the north here. So just be cognizant of that potential. Again, you see our storm here, though, our center overland, that lowest pressure there, overland, extreme wind warning remaining in effect. This devastating winds, catastrophic winds in some spots here within this purple. This is going still for a little while. Tornado-like situation for these areas. It's like a tornado that's a pretty wide one there on the ground, maybe like a 15-mile wide, give or take, tornado here impacting these areas for a longer period of time. You see Houma there, over toward Golden Meadow, Grand Isle's under this too. I know the way the polygon's drawn, it says that they're out, but this is even more important than a hurricane warning, a storm surge warning, because of the imminent threat to life, to property here. I mean, the storm surge warning scenarios that have already made those plans, and with this though, kind of giving that warning is that the worst is there in that shorter time span, the absolute worst of the storm impacting areas there in near the purple on this map. So again, urgent situation there for these folks. I mean, as they're looking further up, some of this wind's still spreading in, but most of those areas they're losing power if they haven't already lost it. So dangerous, as we continue to emphasize here, with this hurricane category 4 storm. Watching New Orleans as well, watching that surge, watching that wind kind of push on in here. So important to watch that as the levels go up. I know seeing this inundation being so significant in spots. Haven't necessarily got some numbers because some of these spots here, I think we're just not really seeing the sensors in those regions. Or seeing the data from them at least, because things are just so serious. I mean, I've seen 6 feet numbers, give or take, but I mean, we should be seeing, and I think we are seeing based on some videos, surge even higher than that. So, dangerous scenario. That rain threat's going to continue though too. We're going to have flash flood warnings in this area as we look ahead in the timeline as well. So many hazards. Every hazard you can think of pretty much coming into play here in terms of tropical weather towards southeastern Louisiana. Just a treacherous day ahead. I mean, it's going to be so nasty, and we're going to be here to guide you through it. So stay tuned. We'll be back here by the top of the hour unless we have more information for you. There's winds so significant to get max sustained 150 last check. We'll continue to get the updates in from the National Hurricane Center, so stick with me. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour with the latest on Major Hurricane Ida, still a Category 4 storm. In fact, we just got an advisory in from the Hurricane Center, and things haven't changed too much here at all. Unfortunately, I mean, honestly, no changes here from that landfall advisory to that 1 o'clock Central Time intermediate advisory. And I'm going between some things, so you see a flash there as we have some different things in our system, like tornado safety tips, of course, to keep an eye on because we did have a tornado warning in play there toward parts of Baldwin County, but that rotation's broadened out there. It's in toward Robertsdale there, and not a tornado warning situation at this point. But looking at this information, 150 mile per hour maximum sustained winds that moving northwest at 13 still. Now, if it doesn't slow down a little bit more, then we would have to watch for that destructive wind to get a little bit further in here than maybe we were anticipating, because we're anticipating to really slow on down some more. But that pressure 930 millibars, and that's something that really just be reckoned with. In fact, I saw a tweet from Stephanie Abrams at the Weather Channel a little while ago. It looks like this was the second strongest hurricane in terms of that minimum pressure to ever make landfall in Louisiana. Only Katrina there was worse there in terms of that minimum pressure. That indicates the overall strength of the storm. That's what you see in like severe weather patterns as well. The strength of low pressure important in determining things with those. So in terms of the strength of that storm system, the low pressure, the lower you go, the worse it is. And this is the second lowest in terms of a hurricane hitting Louisiana. Again, next to Katrina. Now, Katrina was a unique situation. It was quite a bit stronger in terms of the winds on approach and weakened down, but the damage was caused by levee failures, not because of necessarily the winds as much. I mean, the damage that most people are used to seeing toward New Orleans, for instance, and communities around there. I know the surge toward the east was destructive as we got toward Mississippi, but that's more like what we're probably seeing there and towards southeastern Louisiana right now, though. The surge is so destructive, so devastating for these folks. But you can see here later on tonight, winds down to about 105 miles an hour, anticipated by about 7 o'clock local time. And then as we get to about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, 60 mile an hour winds as we're there close to that Louisiana Mississippi border as that impact gets spread further on in here. So something to watch in this grand scheme of things as the system does move across their areas of Mississippi, even knocking out power there as well. So a dangerous situation. But I mean, if you guys want a little perspective on what the damage is probably going to be like, I mean, I hate to compare storms like this, but I mean, the storm's happening. We don't have necessarily pictures like this in yet, but this is what happened there toward Mexico Beach a couple months after Michael. This is what it looked like, and tragically, devastatingly, we're going to be seeing scenes like this there toward areas in those coastal communities. Obviously, we hope that people got out, but unfortunately, I call it tragic because I'm sure some people didn't, and some people very well could have been swept away here by that storm surge as we got down there toward some of those coastal communities in southeastern Louisiana. So, again, just giving you an idea of what type of damage we're dealing with and what we're going to be dealing with in later on in the timeline as we look at some of the aftermath pictures. So, just giving you guys an idea of what that's going to be like down there towards southeastern Louisiana. That was a picture I took a couple months after Michael there in Mexico Beach in 2018. So just giving you guys some perspective there. That extreme wind warning is still in effect. We saw those during Michael, saw those during Laura there as well. You see some wind reports, maybe winds to 125 miles an hour there in Lafourche Paris. Power lines, trees down as you would expect. I mean, just going to power out for a long time, uninhabitable as we get toward some of these areas here as we're talking about Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson Paris is especially there as we get closer toward the coast. We're talking about areas that could be uninhabitable for a long time. So again, just checking all the different sources we have. Getting a report now in New Orleans, it got to 54 knots, so not quite hurricane force there, but again, I see in some significant wind coming to the picture here that's knocking out power, and I mentioned that several times here. Let's check our latest update here in terms of the power outage number. That keeps going up pretty quickly here, folks. We've seen this probably about double since we've been on, give or take. You can see 167,816 customers in the dark now in toward parts of this region, most in southeast Louisiana. Some of these are probably 100% out. We're just not seeing it reflected, but you get the idea here with the customer. It's probably more than what we're actually seeing. Jefferson Paris maybe a little bit better considering this county is further, or excuse me, Paris, I should say, Of course, we talk about Louisiana and Paris, counties and other states, but Jefferson Paris here, 51,136 customers in the dark, and you see St. Charles, St. Tammany, and then over toward Orleans, Paris there, 46,000. That might give you an accurate number in compared to other spots because of the infrastructure in play there versus the coastal spots just lose so much of that infrastructure. We're not even going to get the numbers probably in, to be honest. I mean, I would anticipate 100% out though in those coastal parishes. So again, this is so dangerous as we've talked about here. And I see flash flood warnings continuing off toward the east of this, down toward Escambia, Baldwin counties around Mobile, Pensacola. They're not seeing an extreme scenario, but they're still getting impacts, fringe impacts there as we look toward those areas. Maybe toward those far western Florida Panhandle zones. So something they're focusing on here. Let's go on over toward our other radar mode, actually. Give you guys an idea of what is happening here. You're able to get an idea here of the grand scheme of things as we kind of switch on over. You do see some storms approaching the coast there as we look toward Panama City, so they could be getting some isolated severe weather threats later on. Do a tornado watch further off toward the west, toward Pensacola. That's where that greater concern is. Mobile, at Morgan. We just had a tornado warning expire recently there toward Baldwin County, as you can see. So that's kind of what you would anticipate in the northeastern quadrant there of our storm. And you see our storm system again. There's that eye. And one thing to consider now, it's important to consider because we talked about that slower movement. We need that slower movement in terms of areas further to the north. Of course, the areas to the south don't want that because this is going to add insult to injury for them and make their impacts even worse. But if this stayed at a more steady speed here, further in, this strength here would be something that would really translate further in, like what we saw more with Michael in towards southwestern Georgia. We don't want that, obviously, because that means more of an impact in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, more populated areas there. Even it's a bad situation, a terrible, destructive situation. But it'd be even worse if they had impacts there that were so terrible that it really dealt with infrastructure issues getting back online, really. So, again, zooming back out a little bit, you can see here New Orleans getting into some of these tropical force winds, but there's a stronger wind still toward the south here. As we're watching this, also going to be going over some more marshy areas per se. That can help the storm maintain its strength a little bit more than what you would traditionally see. Maybe if the storm was going over an area that wasn't like this, I mean, you would see a storm weaken on down some more, but with this being a little bit more water loaded per se, the marshland, things like that, we're going to be seeing a situation where the storm may be able to maintain itself a little bit better. And that could be problematic again for other areas as we're looking again. We have an inner eye wall and an outer eye wall. Let me go ahead and point this out for you guys. The outer eye wall is right here. Our inner eye wall is right here. We've seen that because the storm was going through an eye wall replacement cycle as it was making landfall. We thought that might happen here yesterday, talking about how it'd be good that happened, but we were hoping it would happen with a weaker storm. Unfortunately, we saw the storm really get to the maximum it could. I mean, higher than what the forecast was, but again, forecast on target for a Category 4 Hurricane Center, giving you that warning several days out in advance. This storm was well warned for, looking toward Louisiana, a little bit stronger, but still a low in Cat 4, high in Cat 4. You have to always take any of those seriously. You always plan ahead for a category higher, even in a hurricane situation. And again, this storm made landfall there as a Category 4 storm a little over an hour ago there near Fort Fuson. Let me say that again. I know easy to kind of mix that up. Let's try to say that again there. Fort Fuson in toward parts of Louisiana. So that landfall 11:55 a.m. Central Time in that Fort Fuson area. So again, just having to track things here so carefully. Let's go to velocity. Haven't gone to that in a little while. I'll go to our New Orleans radar, and you can just see as I'll go ahead and set this to you. It's not going to be perfect because we're looking further up, but you're seeing that wind kind of spread on in a little bit more here with this destructive impact of Ida. So really seeing that here as we're getting towards some of these different areas translate down to the surface. You see this storm seems like getting some of the worst there around Leeville. I mean, we keep talking about them, Grand Isle there and that other eye wall, the outer eye wall. They're just being hammered. I mean, honestly, it's crazy to even say this, but honestly, they're being destroyed by the storm there in Grand Isle. Golden Meadows being destroyed by the storm. There's coastal communities in these parishes are being just completely trashed by this storm. To be honest with you, we're talking about, I mean, just like what it would look like after a bomb went off, what a war zone would look like. That's what we're talking about down toward these coastal Paris's. There's no doubt about it. I mean, what you saw after Michael, I just popped up a few minutes ago. That's kind of what you're going to see here. Some areas will see some different damage. I'll go ahead and go through these. I know we just know this is how it's going to be. I mean, if I didn't think it was guaranteed we were going to have damage like this, I wouldn't show that stuff to you. But this is what we had during Michael toward Panama City there. This building's collapsed. This is a picture a couple months after the fact there. And then you see Tyndall Air Force Base, the trees. This is what the type of damage we're going to see here from Ida as we're seeing those winds is so terrible, so horrific. I mean, there's really just many adjectives to describe how bad the damage will be in toward that area. So again, watching the situation, trying to give you guys an idea of what that destruction will be like. I mean, you got to use that advanced word, the catastrophic destruction as we're looking here. But the storm surge is significant. Let's check some of these numbers. See if we have some updates here, because I have not seen the numbers maybe quite as high, but I think it's just a matter of the gauges. We're not getting all the information in. Things, again, the infrastructure is just probably being destroyed down there and taking a beating. Not going to be able to get all these numbers in here. So I know it's seeing a gust to about 53 in the last 10 minutes toward downtown Houma, by the way. As you see there, I'll kind of go ahead and move on the map a little bit. You can see up toward Houma there, towards some of those more inland areas as we get there in toward parts of southern Louisiana. So again, continuing to watch things here. Let me go ahead and you can definitely see some of these numbers here on our coastal inundation dashboard. So let me go ahead and pop this on up now. You guys will get an idea of what's going on here. We'll be able to see 3, 4, or 5 feet or something like that there. Just seeing some different sensors here. You see one of these going down based on that wind direction, but talking about 4 feet again. Seeing these numbers so high, so significant here. Different numbers here as we go across, but again, I'm gonna get toward New Orleans now, because you do see a rise there as well, closer in 4 feet as we get there. Let's get down here, because we're gonna start seeing maybe some of these going up depending on exact wind direction. This is there, the new canal station, not as much, but you can see here toward that Carrollton area. Again, we just showed you that one, but watching that area, you can see no date on some of these, and then you see one further off toward the east here. This right here showing as a major flood, and this may be the highest one I've seen here. 6, 7 feet of storm surge towards Shell Beach. So again, the forecast 12 to 16 feet, the worst case scenario. Still have time though, unfortunately, because it's going to hang around, causing that wind direction to kind of push that water in, even as it goes further on in, trying maybe to coincide at some of those worst times here for this, potentially, depending on exactly how things go. I know high tide looks like here it might have passed. We're talking about, it looks like 8 o'clock there tomorrow morning, so maybe not near much of a pool at that point, so that'd be good, but still got to be watching here to see how that wind direction pushes that water in here toward these areas. Let's go back on over. We have so many different things we can see here on our coverage, talking about these areas toward Baton Rouge, toward New Orleans. So important to charge those devices if you haven't lost that power yet. I mean, a lot of folks already have. And even further in, I mean, even toward maybe Natchez there in Mississippi. Charge up your devices, folks. Charge them up, because you may lose power. You may need that. I mean, some of those areas may not lose the cell towers, but losing that power, you might need to communicate, and you're not going to have that electricity to charge things up unless you go ahead and have them fully charged here. At least that'll give you enough to kind of get by. As I'm being told now, another extreme wind warning is going to be issued shortly for areas further inland downstream from the eye of the hurricane. So getting that word in from the National Weather Service, that probably would encompass areas closer to the ward, if not in New Orleans even. So that's going to be an important extreme wind warning here that's going to be issued as we're watching things. Again, that surge that I was talking about, Port Fourchon there to the mouth of Mississippi, 12 to 16 feet possible. You see 8 to 12 further off, and then the rainfall. We haven't even seen this to come to fruition yet. But we're talking about amounts here so significant in that yellow, 15 inches of rain possible in southeast Louisiana, and a more widespread fast in some spots even more than that. I know in the Hurricane Center update earlier, they were talking about here isolated areas getting even more rain, maybe 24 inches. That's 2 feet, folks, and that's devastating on top of the storm surge situation. Of course, Katrina's situation different in terms of the levees. Hoping things hold out in terms of that, but the storm surge is still going to be catastrophic. As we talked about, the flash flooding because of this rain going to be catastrophic here. And that wind damage in some spots will be catastrophic, other spots destructive, and then you kind of get toward lesser levels further in, but still enough to knock out power for days, even maybe toward Natchez, Mississippi. Again, getting closer to maybe toward a week toward New Orleans, Baton Rouge. It gives and takes here, of course, in this scenario. Does the wind readings and the damage toward specific neighborhoods, how long things will take to get back on, but then maybe uninhabitable toward the coast there for weeks, months there with the power being out for a very long time. Going to continue to gather more information here. We'll go back over toward our other viewpoint of the situation. You can see our storm system, our area there, our area that's being impacted. Our extreme wind warning going to be expanded. This is where the destructive winds are most likely just the absolute worst conditions occurring here in this purple, folks. Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemine, parts of St. Charles, Paris as well. Just so serious. Watching this as it spreads further in. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so with more information on destructive hurricane, not Laura. I know we've said so many lately, folks. I mean, we've been doing this. I mean, this is our third hurricane in the last 4 years here, where we've talked about just a destructive storm, one of the top 11 or so hurricanes in history. Now, 3 of them here in the last 11 years, and we've or say that again. I apologize. Let me try that again. So 3 of them in the last 4 years here out of the top 11 most destructive in terms of those wind speeds at landfall in the continental U.S. We'll be back in a little bit. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center with the latest on Major Hurricane Ida, a Category 4 storm still, folks. It's just crazy how much Louisiana has been hit by storms here 2020, 2021 now. I mean, it's just even the U.S., I think this is our 17th named storm to make landfall in the U.S. here over the last couple of years. I believe I remember that stat from a tweet Jake Karsten sent out, a meteorology grad student at FSU. But again, looking here at the latest information. Our extreme wind warning is going to pop up in just a few minutes on this system, but we did just get another one issued. Doesn't actually include New Orleans, which is a little bit of good news. Is the worst here may just go right to the west of New Orleans here as we're watching this situation. Extreme wind warning there for Assumption, Jefferson, Lafourche, Plaquemine, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, and Terrebonne Paris is until 4:30 Central Time here. So that's about the worst type of warning you can get, folks. We're talking about destructive, devastating winds moving in the picture here. That information is coming out. So that's going to be for the next few hours. I mean, this is going to last a while here, folks. So Roy's seeing some big time problems. You don't want to get these extreme wind warnings. This one here covered over 250,000 people, even though New Orleans is not under it precisely. Over 250,000 people under this extreme wind warning until 4:30. Again, talking about St. John the Baptist Parish, southeastern St. James Parish, as well as St. Charles Parish, Terrebonne Parish there, Lafourche Parish, Central Jefferson, Western Plaquemines, and Southern Assumption. Extremely dangerous winds. Houma, Thibodaux, over toward Reserve, Cutoff, La Rose, over even toward Jean Lafitte there. Dulac under this. Garyville. You get the idea here, folks. Also getting reports now that Lafourche Parish of a barge breaking loose there 1 mile northwest of Leeville because of the storm surge. We're kind of expecting that, unfortunately, I know, toward that area there, toward the coast. I mean, where the storm made landfall there, we're talking about quite a bit of infrastructure, unfortunately, maybe being impacted there toward Port Lafourche there. So again, Roy being impacted. Just so serious, so devastating of a blow here as we're looking to Golden Meadow there, folks. Some of the worst of this, Leeville, some of the worst of this as well. And then that's the inner Iowa. Now, the outer Iowa is going to be a little bit weaker, but that's interacting there with areas and impacting areas around Cocodrie. I know, or Cocodrie, I know we were talking about that last year, last hurricane season. Dulac there, La Rose, Grand Isle, they just do not need it there. I know, getting reports of people, I believe this was from the Weather Channel a moment ago, seeing this come across on Twitter, reports there, maybe people that need to be rescued, they can't get to them. We just talked about it a few minutes ago. It's just going to be so hard to get to people, and with them actually being more now on the eastern side of the storm, that surge might be a factor here, increasing in toward that area as well, a little bit more, with that water kind of piling up. So that's problematic, folks. That is really problematic in toward some of these spots. Seeing some different gust reports now. I see 66 knots there from a little while ago, New Orleans Lakefront Airport. So that's Roy getting up there now as we're seeing those winds pick on up toward New Orleans. I mean, they're not in the eye walls, but they're still getting some nasty winds there in New Orleans proper. It's hard to see on this mode as things get distorted at this point. But again, you do see things. You see that new extreme wind warning that's popped up in our system now. This is in that purple area. Houma, Thibodaux, over toward Jean Lafitte there. Golden Meadow under this. Houma under this. I know they have had impacts before from these tropical systems. Lockport, you get the idea. Just trying to give you an idea of the hardest hit areas over the next few hours from this wind threat. That's that purple area, and you have to extrapolate that a little bit toward the coast there as well. Not going to necessarily see it, but Grand Isle still dealing with that impact as well. The way this is kind of drawing sets up a little weird, but again, you do see this impact here over several parishes. And now those power outage numbers, they've just been exploding here, folks. I mean, absolutely exploding. Kind of what we figured. I mean, every time I refresh this map, pretty much, the numbers keep going up. And that is continuing to be the case here, folks. So let me go ahead jump on over to WordPowerOutage.us now. 223,680 customers in the dark here, most of those in southeastern Louisiana. You can see here talking about Plaquemines Paris. These numbers probably even a little low. Probably everybody pretty much out towards some of these coastal Parises. Lafourche Paris there, of course. Terrebonne. And as we get further in, you see St. Charles. Seeing some of that accent there impacts. Orleans Paris there. Orleans Paris, 62,133 customers in the dark. That number probably a little more accurate based on the tracking systems that are up there in the metro. But that's about a third of the customers. Probably going to end up having almost everybody at some point because the winds are going to get a lot stronger. You're going to have that rain in place. So if you still have power in New Orleans, charge up your devices. That's so critical because you may need to be rescued later on, and you need to have a way to alert people. Maybe you're not going to have those cell phone towers completely out there, and maybe you'll be able to get through. And if you do lose power, if you're watching me on your phone right now, make sure you're conserving that power, conserving your power. So if you need it later on to get that message across that your life is in danger and you need somebody to rescue you if it's safe. So I know weather radio is a way to kind of maybe save that power, and that if you have one of those, just go ahead and turn that on. That'll give you some information at least a little bit while you're conserving that power on your phone. Or radio, even local simulcast stations probably. So something to do, something to keep in mind. Let's go to the broad view here. Some other outages I'm expecting up toward Mississippi. Not seeing as many maybe as I was thinking, which is a good sign, but you do see a few thousand there toward Mississippi there. I know some coastal areas around Gulfport getting some pretty nasty wind, rain, surge factors coming into play there. That tornado threat too. So you see some outages further up, not necessarily because of the storm system, but Hancock County about 1,500. So don't see as much in Mississippi, which is good right now. Hope it stays that way, but it probably won't in some areas as the storm kind of moves on in. I know Natchez, excuse me, going to be getting into some of this later on, so got to be cognizant of that. So just continuing to watch the grand scheme of things. I'll go ahead and move away from this map now. Again, there's your extreme wind warning. We have hurricane warning for a wider area, but I just want to focus on the immediate impacts of the most devastating winds here. That's where we're popping these EWWs, what they're called there by the Weather Service. These up. I mean, I believe this is our third one today now that we're talking about, and we're talking about some highly populated areas under this. These warnings do not get issued very often by the National Weather Service, so I just got to really be cognizant here. As you see, these areas, Golden Meadow, Roy getting hammered, Leeville, Roy getting hammered. Some of these areas further off toward the north there, you see Little Rose going to be getting into some of this probably, depending on the exact track, probably at least clipping them in that inner Iowa, but definitely getting into the overall Iowa scenarios. They've already been getting to the outer Iowa some over there. So again, seeing these things here so significant. We'll be back by about, looks like 2 o'clock Central Time with another update on this. We need to come back on a little bit earlier if there's something we need to let you know about. But otherwise, we'll see here at the top of the hour with the latest information on major hurricane, still Category 4, Hurricane Ida. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. We just got word of another landfall with this system because, kind of mentioned it earlier, we're going over some marshy type areas, per se, lower lying areas. I know that storm surge coming in causing issues as well, making it pretty nasty in terms of the impact of the storm still being 10 of that strength, but also kind of maybe going over the water here and there, way the shape of the coast is really. I know we saw that with Isaac back in 2012. I know Katrina, we had a couple landfalls, and now this one's made a second landfall with 145 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. So that's the word coming down now. Category 4, a storm making a second landfall there on the southeastern coast of Louisiana. Got a report there in this area recently of a gust to 85 knots. So really getting up there. Golden Meadow, a gust to 107 miles an hour, and in Dulac there, 104 miles an hour. New Orleans getting a gust over that hurricane force threshold now at 76 miles an hour. And the storm surged about 7 feet at Sail Beach, but maybe even higher in some spots there. Waveland Yacht Club, Mississippi, even a surge to about 6 feet. So pretty significant over there, but off toward the east. But that water just kind of piling on up here. I don't have it completely in here, but you can kind of see that water, and it's the same even off toward the east, how it's going to be piling up here as we're getting all this information in. The center 25 miles west-northwest of Grand Isle, or 25 miles southeast of Houma, but again, a second landfall now here in toward this area. I'm going to try to pronounce this. I've tried to get all my Louisiana pronunciations down, but a few spots here right where the storm seems to be making landfall. I hadn't really practiced those ahead of time, ironically, but Galliano, I believe, is how you pronounce that there. I really had that landfall southwest of. So again, going to see that there as we are seeing the impacts being felt. I mean, this eye on satellite, I put it up in the corner a little while ago. I mean, this made landfall 2 hours ago the first time, and we have not seen much of a decay in the structure at all here, folks. I mean, this is not good. I mean, as we look in there, I mean, you just see that that is really well refined 2 hours after landfall, and the wind's only down to 145 miles an hour, the pressure only up where about 1 millibar, and the movement a little slower northwest at 12, but still seeing that here in the grand scheme of things. You can kind of see here our path in here of where it's supposed to go. So pretty good. It's doing pretty good in terms of that path, and maybe going a little more northward, but it's so close at this point. It looks like it's about right on track. It's hard to say, so I think that kind of adds to the point here. You draw a straight line. We're pretty much right in line here. You could also make the argument maybe it looks like it's going a little west, so I think that kind of adds to the point, and it's doing pretty good. Let's see where the models are taking this, because these will be updated here. See if we have any changes in those. Maybe as we look ahead, you can see the timeline's a little different, maybe a little bit easternly weighted there by a couple miles, but not too big of a difference. So maybe the track over here somewhere, maybe 10 miles, 20 miles, something like that, possible in here. We also have to account for the curve, so it might be even less than that, really, as we're kind of trying to do that on the fly. But again, watching this storm here. Watching this storm, it's a tricky thing looking at these on satellite, because you can make an argument it's going one way or the other, really, here. But hey, we'll just have to kind of watch this scenario here as it does continue to evolve a little bit, as it does continue to develop here. Interesting to see the GFS model keeping this as a Cat 1 toward Jackson. Now, that wouldn't probably happen, but it could still be indicative of the destructive winds spreading even further on in here. Something to be on the lookout for, and eventually this breaks down that structure. I know with Michael we saw no tornado warnings for a little while at first, but then we saw tornado warnings later on. Even with Fred, that was tightly wound, a lot weaker than this, obviously, the tropical storm, but eventually it kind of encountered that shear and spread a tornado threat in. You do see the thunderstorm warning over toward Panama City. They don't need anything after what happened with Michael. This is only going to be maybe, I guess, to 60 miles an hour, though. Panama City, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach, so not too big of a concern over there. No rotational parameters showing up as of last check here. We'll look in there, maybe a little bit of weak rotation on that, but toward the Big Bend, you see some scattered showers and storms. We'll see if any of these go severe or rotate. Not too concerned. By the way, you see that D icon. One of our models is trying to twist the storm all the way around back to the north and then back to the south, but it'd be really weak at that point. We don't even want to go there in terms of that discussing, because that probably wouldn't even be something that would be that notable possibly here if it did all that, being overland that long. But again, we'll get back on in here toward the storm system near Golden Meadow, getting some of the worst of this, some of the worst that Hurricane Ida has to offer here, folks. Again, a Category 4 storm, bringing those impacts towards southeastern Louisiana here, folks. I know New Orleans seems that things there really are getting worse and not really able to get out to help people out there. I know down to the south, water rescue situations not able to take place because the situations are so dire, so treacherous out there. So again, continuing to watch this. That storm surge could be even higher than what we've seen with some of our sensors. Again, trying to kind of watch this path here to see how it might deviate one way or the other. Recon in there earlier at the coast, kind of seeing their last observation before this went over land, but continuing here to monitor things. Let's go on over. I haven't shown this one to you, so let me go over here. We'll go over to our satellite of this in the visible form. So let me go ahead and pop this up. This might give us a good look at some things here as well with our hurricane, with our Category 4 hurricane. Definitely can see here. I know we kind of had some stadium effect situations here noted within the satellite. I know it's going to lose a few frames, so I apologize for that. I believe we are on our meso mode of this though, but still get lost a few frames. But it's just kind of how it goes sometimes. You can see this in this area. So again, watching the storm system very carefully. We'll go ahead and move away from that though, but you can kind of see how things are looking there as we get in with this. So again, watching the scenario. I know we lose a few frames sometimes, but that's just again how it goes. We have to pull so much off the internet here, and that's just this kind of sequence here with the storm system, with everything that we have to kind of say in terms of all the weather data that is available to us. So again, popping that radar back on now, trying to stabilize that interconnect connection a little bit. You can see as we get down here toward these coastal areas, you can see south there, it looks like of La Rose, that inner eye wall, that outer eye wall to the north there. You see Homa, some of those areas being impacted by this dangerous storm system. Venice there, getting to some pretty nasty winds as well, coming off the Gulf of Mexico. New Orleans, you see Gulfport, they're going to be getting those winds streaming in there still. See these, I haven't shown you these in a little while. Seeing that wind direction is so critical because as the storm kind of moves, I mean, we're still going to have that wind kind of play on up that surge for a while with a slower movement. So I mean, either way you slice it, I mean, the slower movement helps us and hurts us. The faster movement can help us and hurt us here too. In terms of the flood, and the slower movement is hurting us, and the storm surge threat is hurt. And that it's a little bit worse maybe because of the slower movement. But the destructive wind threat now will be more dangerous toward the areas impacted. But as we get further on in here, we'll be talking about a situation that might not be as devastating, but still real serious. Again, the catastrophic impacts down toward the coast. Talking about a Category 4 storm. Let me go ahead and pop up some different things here with this. We'll go ahead and go back on over toward the graphics now. Again, talking about a catastrophic impact here, folks, toward these areas near the coast. Still devastating in some other areas. Extensive damage even maybe in toward New Orleans possible as well, depending on how things get going here in terms of that inner eye wall, the outer eye wall scenario. Same for Baton Rouge, right on the edge there. Maybe some extensive damage occurring in the those spots. So again, continuing to watch this. We'll be back by about 2:30 Central Time with more information, unless we're going to break back in sooner. There is that really low chance of an isolated tornado in our local area. So of course, we break in for something like that immediately in this coverage. If that happens, our local area starts there at Liberty and Franklin County and goes off toward the east. Not expecting anything really in north central Florida, northeast Florida, the first coast, or southeast Georgia for that matter, but off towards southwest Georgia and the Big Bend, it's possible we could get a quick spin up, something like that, since we're in that proximity to the storm. Still gonna have to even watch that in the time ahead here as well, because of the way the storm will be tracking here. The worst threat though looks off to the west here with that tornado concern. Here's Gulfport, Pensacola, Mobile, Hattiesburg under the greatest concern. As this storm maybe weakens some, that tornado threat probably become more prominent because the shear will kind of be in play there around. You even see that spreading all the way toward Tallahassee. Just a few counties in our viewing circle there. Even Montgomery, again, watching Jackson Meridian, just get the idea here. Have to watch later on. Even tomorrow, we're going to have to watch as well. We'll have to watch even maybe closer to Ward, parts of North Georgia. I'll pull it up on my end real quick just to look at this here, just to kind of give you guys an idea of where that threat might be on that Monday. I know again losing a few frames, but that's just the nature of things. I want to try to give you that latest. Tomorrow it looks like they're actually tracking it closer to the coast some more, with maybe the banding coming on up still. So Mobile, New Orleans still, but Atlanta's in at this time. Nashville kind of have to watch further up. So we'll see. We'll continue to watch for that. But again, just trying to watch the situation here. I guess just now 58 knots there in the New Orleans Lakefront Airport area. So something for them to deal with there. We'll be back by about the bottom of the hour, about 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern, with more information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. We're watching this storm, just unbelievable on the infrared satellite imagery. What we're seeing, I know just got word of tornado warning. Also, we got canceled there toward Hancock and Pearl River counties in Mississippi. So that's good news there. But this storm is not good news, obviously. As you can see here, I mean, that eye is so overwhelming, really. I mean, so well organized, made landfall in this area. That happened about 2.5 hours ago, and we're still seeing it as well defined as ever. Maybe the thunderstorm tops aren't quite as cold as they were, possibly. As I know this is going to kind of be a little bit harder to go back on, but you get the idea. This is just an extraordinary image of a terrifying, destructive storm here, as the eye wall there is impacting some of these different communities. So let's go ahead and pop on up or other mode here of our Doppler radar. You can see that eye wall. Let me go ahead and kind of zoom on in here a little bit. You can see looks like Golden Meadow getting some of the worst. You see 86 miles an hour reading there recently at the South Lafourche Airport there, the South Lafourche Leonard Miller Jr. Airport. So kind of getting an idea of what's going on here. Again, that eye impacting these areas with that eye wall, and then the outer eye wall here as well. We have an inner eye wall and an outer eye wall, and both of them packing a punch, but the inner eye wall even more so here as we're watching this scenario as it does evolve. The storm moving northwest there, about 12 miles an hour, I believe, was the latest that we got from the Hurricane Center in terms of that update. So continuing to watch that. Let me go ahead. I know we're looking at some different things behind the scenes right now, so let me kind of go between some of them, see if we can get some information here on the power outages. I know I just retweeted something about that a few minutes ago. We've now topped over 300,000 power outages in terms of the customers in the dark in Louisiana. So we'll go ahead and pop that on your screen now here. You can see 319,000 273 customers in the dark here, folks. Plaquemines Parish, Lafourche Parish there, Terrebonne Parish, they're getting the hardest hit, but even up toward Jefferson Parish, St. Charles Parish, St. John the Baptist there, Simpson, St. James, and then even over toward now the city of New Orleans there, about almost half of the customers in the dark here, at least approaching that, more than a third though. As we've seen some damage pictures already coming in there. The winds there gusting over hurricane force at times. Not to that peak of maybe 90, what we were saying earlier, but there's still time for that to happen as the storm moves further in. There's still several more hours here, folks, of the worst of our storm Ida Category 4 hurricane as it moves through southeastern Louisiana here, folks. You can see the areas where the highest outage scale really is. I mean, you can see the outage percentage is the highest towards southeastern Louisiana here, folks. So really telling that story, unfortunately, really telling that story here with this destructive Category 4 storm. Just had another landfall, but not that long ago, because of it kind of going over the water, maybe just for a bit, and then coming back over land. So this is just a monster storm. It's not a hyperbole or a hyperbole, I guess I should say, but again, we're just going to go ahead and talk about what's going on here with this. I mean, looks like maybe something even in the eye there, maybe bird, something like that. But again, we're going to go ahead and see New Orleans gets to 66 recently. These are gusts like what we saw in Hermine and Tallahassee, which caused widespread power outages. We're seeing that once you get over 60, the damaging wind levels. I mean, you get the widespread power outages when you have that wind concentrated for a while. Even in the summertime, so there's storm warnings for over 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that causes the scattered outages because they're hidden in scattered areas. But once you get to 60, you have the consistent 60 winds. That's when you really lose that power. That's what we're seeing here. Not seeing that toward Baton Rouge yet, but the conditions are going to deteriorate for you. It's just a matter of time. There's still a little bit of time here in Baton Rouge as you're watching this off toward your south and east. It's moving your way in Baton Rouge. I mean, the quicker it moves, the worse for you. But I know we're expecting this to slow down some more, but I do want to kind of put a track on this because we'll just kind of extrapolate this out as if it's going at the current speed for now. Again, probably going to slow down some, but we have this on here. It's about 73 miles from Baton Rouge. Now, the worst of this, as we get towards some of these different eye walls, the inner eye wall, the outer eye wall, that's even a little bit closer to where the worst of the weather would be. Obviously, the eye is calm, but the eye wall is where you have the worst of the weather. The inner eye wall, the worst. I don't know, well, second worst here in this scenario, but we're talking about maybe 55 miles from Baton Rouge. So it's moving about 12 miles an hour. You do the math here, that's about 5 hours, but it's moving a little slower as forecasted, and maybe later on even slowing down some now. So maybe that's 6 hours away from Baton Rouge. We'll just wait and see. I mean, it's supposed to only go, it looks like here, 36 miles between now and about 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. So that would mean a movement here closer only. If we do the math again, we're doing this on the fly. That means more of a movement about 9 miles an hour, but a little bit faster movement would be more problematic. Of course, the eye would already be up further up toward the north, maybe toward Gonzales there, when that centers toward areas further to the south of the Cat 2. So the Cat 2 winds actually be getting further off toward the north here, toward Gonzales, and then eventually at least some Category 1 winds toward Baton Rouge there, and in New Orleans, we're really getting some pretty strong winds. I know it's a little tricky because we're kind of there. Radar would show this better. I mean, satellite makes it look a little worse for New Orleans, but it's still really bad there, but not catastrophic there in New Orleans. It's still destructive, still damaging, but not catastrophic in New Orleans, like what we're seeing down toward the coast here, toward the Paris, as we've talked about, Lafour's Paris there, Plaquemines Paris. You get the idea there. Also, over toward Terrebonne Paris, toward Jefferson Paris as well, with the extreme wind warning in play. That's a good reminder to show you that here again on other systems. Let me go ahead and pop this on up because this is where the worst of the winds are according to the Weather Service and are going to be here over the next couple of hours in this purple area, this lavender, I guess, type area here. You can call it here on the screen. You see Golden Meadow, Homa. These are where the worst of the winds are going to be here in this area. Just got to be cognizant of that. We're going to be cognizant of everything, the storm surge levels. I know they're talking about the surge. They're saying it might not have been quite as high there between Port Fourchon and Grand Isle there, Fort Fourchon there, and Grand Isle. But I know as we're looking at things, we're not unfamiliar here with some of these areas, so we mispronounce them from time to time. So I apologize, but I think the water levels might have been higher than what the surge levels showed on the gauges, but not 100% sure there. We'll find out more. You see Augusta 72 there, New Orleans on the screen. We'll have more accurate data up to the north. That's one reason I'll put this back on the screen for now. The wind's probably stronger, more even 86 down toward the south, though. At times, the velocity indicative of some very, very strong winds we going over there. Just incredible wind speeds, folks. A destructive, historic storm hitting Louisiana on this Sunday, 16 years to the day of Hurricane Katrina, which was even a worse storm. It looks like for New Orleans again. Of course, let's talk about a storm until it's over in retrospect, but we're still watching Ida. It's a little bit different of a storm because we were talking about levee problems. Then, of course, today, I mean, we're watching more about the pumps. It looks like, God forbid, we're just talking more about the pumps here toward New Orleans with this scenario. Just the life-threatening flash flooding there, and this mix of that and some surge and things like that. But again, we'll be continuing to watch things. Here as the storm does move on by in parts of Louisiana. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes with more information, so stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, still watching this major hurricane, still Category 4 Hurricane Ida here with his max sustained winds at about 140 miles an hour. Is traumatizing, just traumatizing these coastal parishes. I just had infrared satellite up showing you a loop of that here, and I'll go ahead and pop that back up. We'll try to put this on the screen, and I'll step in front of it here and kind of step over to see some different features with this. But again, this is a 4-hour loop, folks, and you don't see that much weakening, even though it's been over land for 3 hours. Just unbelievable, though it is believable because this is an area here that would kind of allow for the storm to maintain itself a little bit further inland, because we're talking about this kind of marshy areas per se here. That storm surge coming into is able to feed off of that maybe even, which is just crazy. But we'll go ahead and kind of step in front of this. You can see our storm system, just unreal to see this here within our imagery, folks, of the Category 4 storm, and it's tracking off toward the northwest. We've now seen the speed kind of slow on down a little, down to 11 miles an hour, as again, just incredible imagery, folks. You can see how it crosses the coast here about 11:55 Central Time or so, and then just moves on in here so slow. You can just see every little movement within this. There's mesovortices within that eye wall even. So that's something to take note of, because that could cause wind enhancement, even stronger wind. I mean, we're talking about winds of 140 there, and that's where we'd be getting some of the strongest winds in those mesovortices reaching down to the surface, causing devastation here, folks. I know Baton Rouge is going to be eagerly watching to see how this storm weakens, because different effects in play here. Slower mover compared to Michael per se, maybe, but we're also seeing a situation where we have the land area more favorable for the storm to kind of maintain itself a little bit, because it's over those marshy areas that eye has not really been able to fill in yet. It's not falling apart. We did have the second landfall about an hour ago, because it kind of went over. You can kind of see it actually going over an area, maybe the center of the eye, over that Gulf of Mexico, and then coming back over land. So just again, an incredible sight here. A terrible sight though to see, as we see a gust there, 63 knots recently, New Orleans Lakefront Airport. Again, those hurricane gusts getting into New Orleans. Really seeing that here in the weather story, in the weather pictures. So again, just continuing to watch things very carefully. Again, watching how this storm is transpiring. We'll zoom in here. I mean, just incredible to watch it, just horrifying to watch, honestly. I mean, being in that eye wall, being in outer eye wall there, you can kind of see maybe at times we're seeing a little bit of decay here. I mean, even when it's crossing the coast, it actually wasn't even that organized. I mean, now, don't get me wrong here, folks. I mean, it's a terrible storm, but what I mean by that is that it wasn't symmetrical with that eye completely, but it's actually become more symmetrical here as it's moved on in. As you see, Houma, Roy getting some of the worst of this, Golden Meadow getting some of the worst of this here, folks. Again, just a horrific situation, destructive, uninhabitable for probably months here down toward these coastal parishes because of what the storm has brought. The storm surge on the eastern side here, you can kind of see the flow just kind of piling up that water here. Again, though, that center, that eye, actually more circular now than it was 4 hours ago, which is just unreal. Really, you can kind of see how it's a little bit less so. I mean, we was going through that eye wall replacement cycle too, which kind of a factor, but just interesting to see that. I mean, the winds have only fallen 10 miles an hour. It's still a Category 4 here, folks, as it's tracking across the state. It hasn't moved in all that far, but still, we're seeing that. We're just seeing how this storm is bringing fury here toward these areas. So we'll go ahead and move away from the satellite. We'll go ahead and take you to the current term there as we watch and look here at this. Continuing to monitor the situation there, the grand scheme of things. You see there our storm. You kind of maybe can extrapolate a little bit out of this. The center right here, I mean, it's pretty much on track, it looks like here, for the most part. So that's something to kind of take note of here at this point. But go back on over to the radar viewpoint. You can see here as we're watching things, some of the storm is to the east, and the scattered storms even toward the Big Bend here. We'll watch see if any of those rotate. The parameter is not that favorable as you get further away. That's helicity. Our energy values are, but we're not seeing the tornado parameters are really mixed with that too much, which is good. Something to kind of monitor, though. As we do look ahead, I see uh, river flooding becoming an issue there in Louisiana as well. That a surge kind of helping to back up things as we get further up, unfortunately. So just a problematic scenario indeed. Again, in terms of the lowest pressure, it looks like maybe the second strongest storm to make landfall in Louisiana next to Katrina. Just kind of going off what I saw there earlier. But again, watching this here as it does track across southeastern parts of Louisiana. We haven't been over to this mode in a while. Let's go to radar scope here in just a second. We'll go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on over here, because you can see some of these winds. I mean, some of these are not going to show perfectly here, but in a tornado situation, these are a little better because it's a smaller scale, but we're on a more macro scale here versus a micro scale here with these winds. As you can just see here, the Roy Strong, Golden Meadow, over to Ward, a Homa there, Roy getting the brunt, LaRose getting it, even though it doesn't look like it here. Dulac getting in there as well. Again, not going to be the exact measurements, but again, hurricane warning, extreme wind warnings in play here as we are looking toward this area, continuing to monitor this situation here, folks, as it does go on. I'm going to check some information here. I see we just got a tornado warning issued, as I'm just kind of checking to make sure we can't actually put some other warnings in here, but we just got a tornado warning issued toward Hancock County in Mississippi with some of this axe and the friction kind of causing some issues over here. We'll check the mobile radar. The other one might be a little closer actually, but getting some of that friction to come into play for some rotational parameters even. So gotta watch for that here as we look. Don't actually really see it too, or maybe something down here, but we'll see that probably on another mode in a moment. But that kind of goes to say sometimes these tropical tornadoes are hard to pick out here on the radar imagery. Maybe something in there. They're talking about your wavelength. So yeah, something in here is what we're watching with some rotation. Maybe something down here in the Gulf of Mexico as well. So something we'll be continuing to watch there, because they're getting less of an impact from the storm itself, but there's outer bands with the tornadoes. That's what causes their problems further off toward the east, and it'll cause more problems as we look later on in the timeline. But still, even toward Jackson, Mississippi, Yazoo City, tropical storm warnings in play, spreading that inland wind threat there. As you do see that tornado warning in play, tornado possibly on the ground there. So we'll continue to watch that scenario here as it does evolve. But let's get back on over to the radar. This is what you see in a meteorology textbook here, folks. I mean, the storm here, Homa, again, getting some of the worst of this. Golden Meadow, the eye wall here, the inner outer eye wall story we've been talking about all day. Grand Isle still getting into some of this. They're just, again, going to be devastated, and already been devastated down there. So as we look over toward the east, you do see our threat there with some different things. Again, the mesofill on there for a second with that energy trying to mix, and then you see the tornado warning. You even see our risk area back there. Our watches in play, tornado watch going until about 7 o'clock Central Time. Doesn't include our area, but does include areas just west of the Phoenix Springs there, as you're looking here toward Fort Walton Beach, for instance. So kind of keeping our eyes on that. So again, watching this storm. We're back by the bottom of the hour with more information, unless we need to break back in earlier for some local action here in terms of a local tornado warning. Again, we cover primarily east of Liberty, Franklin, and the Florida Big Bend with our coverage. But of course, we're doing our special coverage of the storm because of the nature of things. We do the coverage. We've done coverage here over the last couple of years. We did coverage even for Henri last week. Fred, of course, impacting the local area, and Elsa too. But now our fourth big, I guess you could say, tropical system hitting the U.S. this year, impactful one, at least to some extent, noteworthy one. We also had Claudette earlier on. We had another storm there towards South Georgia and South Carolina, but that wasn't too much at all there. But as we continue to watch things, we'll keep you up to date. Be back at the bottom of the hour with more information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center, the bottom of the hour with that landfall coverage. Still seeing that storm, folks. Still having that impact here as we're looking across these Paris's. As we get towards southeastern Louisiana, you can see that Roy being felt with that inner eye wall, that outer eye wall still, and you can definitely see areas that are seeing some of the worst of the conditions here. So we just have to kind of be mindful as we get eventually toward the New Orleans downtown area even. We'll go ahead and zoom in over toward our other mode here of the Doppler radar. You can see Jean Lafitte right now and toward Jefferson Paris, but we're going to be getting more of this translating up into New Orleans here over the next little bit. The storm's only moving about 9 miles an hour, give or take now, or at least as of last check. Let me double check that because we keep seeing these actually 11 miles an hour right now, but it's probably down to 9 miles an hour as we look ahead later on in toward the timeline. But again, watching this situation, what I'm planning on doing here, granted we don't get any local tornado warnings, is wrapping this covered up for just a little bit to reset some things, gather some new information, and be back about 4:30 Central Time here, 5:30 Eastern Time with another stream as we're going to be going through the evening here watching this because the storm's only lost about 10 miles an hour of strength, folks. I mean, we're talking about Golden Meadow, Homeless is getting absolutely hammered still. Grand Isle still. I mean, we were talking about them 4 hours ago, and they're still getting it. Just a terrible situation here, folks, as we're looking toward Louisiana. Not going to be in any time soon. I mean, that's one of these Mobile talking about a storm surge threat going to be lingering maybe into tomorrow with that flooding threat as well. As the storm's weaker and further in, I mean, we're going to be seeing that pattern kind of translate there with the winds pushing some water in. Just not a good situation there. I mean, a lot worse toward Louisiana, but still not great. Maybe 3 to 5 feet of storm surge ultimately toward Mobile Bay. I know we'll be getting a new full update from the Hurricane Center here pretty soon. If you want to get that a little bit earlier, cloudweather.com, the homepage there will have that on the screen as well. Just going to try to, again, gather some information. The hurricane winds picking up toward New Orleans here. We'll go ahead and pop up the Louisiana Paratus.us information right now, and you'll be able to see here what is going on with this. So you can see here towards southeastern Louisiana, Plaquemines Parish, all these parishes here, Roy in the dark, and now over to Orleans Parish as well. I mean, we're talking about over half the customers in the dark there, and the worst of the storm hadn't even arrived. Gust to 95 is what I'm forecasting there, the peak gust in that range. So a lot more of this bad weather to come. I mean, as we look toward Baton Rouge, not seeing too many outages, already seeing a few, but it's going to get a lot worse there. Charge up your devices if you're watching in that area because it's going to get worse. You're probably going to lose power. Very, very nasty scenario there. The storm, we still haven't even got a storm that close to Baton Rouge, and that's going to be later tonight. It'll still be a hurricane. The plan is to try to cover this until it weakens down to a tropical storm with coverage here. Again, we're going to take a quick break here. It won't be on at the top of the hour unless, again, we get some local tornado warning in our viewing circle. But again, continuing to watch things with this hurricane. It's just not weakening. It's over that Marcy area per se, low line area. The storm surge is just feeding off all of it here, folks, and it just causing devastation there as we're looking toward Louisiana. So thanks so much for trusting me for now. I'll take a quick break in the coverage. I know even after the storm moves out, those power outages will still be around, obviously, and then those temperatures are going to warm up too, unlike with Zeta where they cooled down last year. So just not a good combination here, folks. And that was toward October, November. This is here at the peak of the season when you would expect that warmer air to come in. So this is not a good thing all the way around. Going to be a storm that's going to get retired, no doubt about it. I mean, it's clear. This storm we'll never talk about again. Hurricane Ida in the Atlantic Basin. It's a historic storm, Category 4, 150 at landfall, tied with those 6 others there preliminarily with Laura, with some of those at that landfall point, and then we had 4 storms stronger, so 11 storms there. Out of those 11 strongest storms ever in the U.S., the continental U.S., I'm talking about 3 of them in just the last 4 years with Michael, Laura, and now Ida. So just historic, folks. We're watching history with you, keeping everybody up to date. And we'll be back here in about 55 minutes or so with more, give or take, as we come back on to give you the latest on our historic hurricane situation. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me for now.